Hello coders, good afternoon. Hope everybody is well and is enjoying a nice little weekend. We are going to be working on the course enrollments, which is like the last piece of the puzzle in this quarter. So we've split up the How to Code Well work into quarters of the year. So 4 quarters, 4 work streams, if you will. So the first quarter was the which is the one we're on at the moment, which ends at the end of March, and this is centered solely around the social. Well, not solely around. It's around the social login. So logging in through GitHub and other things, as well as enrolling into courses. Basically, getting the users set up is kind of the first sort of part of the year. The second part of the year is going to go into billing, or I should say the second quarter of the year is going into the billing side of things, so logging in as premium users and setting up the billing side of stuff with Stripe. So I've started started to scope that stuff out already, which is interesting. I might talk about that later a little bit more, but today it's course enrollments, and I want to try and get the course enrollments in a good place today. I've done a lot of talking. Let's get into the code. So, whoops, it's that one there. That button. It's that button. So before gosh, I had a curry before the stream. That was so hot, unreal. I don't know why it's making me cough, but there was a lot of chili. Right, so this is the dashboard. Before the stream, what I did was I ran the tests, and they were all passing. So we're in a good place. We're in a good place to start this work stream off. Yesterday was a bit of a rubbish day because I tried to split out my tests into another Docker container, and it just all fell apart. So like having a completely different setup for just doing specific tests. The reason being is that the testing data that gets rebuilt each time is obviously not as good as the data that I've got from beta, where the beta testers are using it. I've anonymized the data there, but there's more data to play with. There's more courses to play with. So I am thinking about some way of splitting that off and having a set of data for testing and a set of data for development. But there's some interesting complexities around migrations. Sorry. Christ. Okay. All right. So, I'll walk through all what I've done. So let's log out. That's probably a good place because I've done some changes to it, and then we'll get into the course enrollments. Let me log out. I'm in dev mode, so it's taking time. Right. Okay. So when I said that this is on test mode, this is what's happening here. There's no images on test, which is just silly. It's just something I haven't done. But in this mode, at least, one can log in. And if I was to log in as a free user, right? So a free user account. So someone has just created an account, which is totally free to use. And we all wait in anticipation. Okay, so I've changed the dashboard somewhat. It's a bit squishy because this has a very long email address. I will have to tidy that up and put some sort of ellipsis on it. But this is the way I'm streaming isn't a normal ratio for a screen. So usually it goes out to like here, if you could see. So just for the purpose of this stream, I brought it back in to here, which is why it's sort of scaled down here. But anyway. So we've got our account type, which is free. We have a billing center. So as I mentioned before, this is kind of the next sprint, the billing center. So I've just put this in as a placeholder at the moment. The profile is, the name and the email address, and then you click on that, it goes to the profile page, which we've done before. So if I clicked on here, that should bring us to the profile page where you can update your profile. So if I go back to the dashboard, self-explanatory, right? So that account type and the billing center, these are the two things that are going to happen in the next quarter of the year. These two things, so upgrading from a free to monthly, and then monthly to yearly, and then having the ability to downgrade. Then we've got this section here, which is the My Courses and the recommended courses. Now, I've mentioned before that we're planning to put Elasticsearch on this system, and that will help with finding out what a learner has already seen in terms of the courses, and then do some graphing to recommend. So this is your placeholder. I'm not saying this is something that will be done anytime soon. It's just a placeholder for this. Then My Courses. As a free user, the courses that you've enrolled in, which is what we'll be doing today, will not be listed here. Only premium users, so monthly users and yearly users, have the ability to list their courses. Of course, as you've logged in, I am able to track what courses you've enrolled into as a free user. So one of the benefits of upgrading is, of course, to have a list of courses that you've seen, and then you can go back to. So that's what this is all about. Same with, if I go to the courses page, and now I can't remember whether I've set this up or not. This should say this feature is only available for premium accounts. Yes, it does. Okay, so these are, again, basically a subset of what you've just seen. And then the settings, I'm thinking of having, I definitely need, before this even goes out to the public, I need to have a feature where one can cancel their account. It's very important for me to have that as a go live feature, for someone to log in, create an account, and then go, actually, this isn't what I thought it was, or this isn't any good for me right now. Let me cancel my account. So we don't have that ability yet, and that's what I'm going to have in the settings. The settings is just a placeholder for at the moment. Profile, I've just shown you. Linked accounts, though, this is the new kid on the block. Now I'm logged in as PFWD. This is my user, and I can link that account, so I can go connect to GitHub. As I'm already logged in, I don't have to re-log in to GitHub, which is nice because it already knows that I exist. So the user should just see this as a page refresh, essentially. This is in dev mode. It takes a lot of time. It's doing a lot of calls in the background to other services. So we'll just sit here and wait for this to go. Yawn. Come on. Right, okay, so my GitHub account is now linked. Meaning that I am now, even though I've got my name or my email address as freetest1@testing.howtocodewell, this is actually assigned to my GitHub account as well. So if I was to log out of this, now this is an interesting interesting edge case, this one. Excuse me. So if I logged out and then logged back in again, but this time I logged in specifically from from the GitHub. So once this loads up, here we go. If I do continue with GitHub, it still knows that I'm logged in as GitHub, right? as my GitHub user. So if I did continue, now what should happen is that this logs in and it finds that user account, the free one, testing one at testing whatever it is, that one I just was on. I should just be able to log in with that now. Again, this is doing a request to GitHub to authenticate, and then it's coming back to us and then going, this is the user ID. And look, I'm now logged in, and I'm logged in with the account that I was just on. And again, if I go to linked accounts, then the opposite of linking an account is to unlink an account. So I can disconnect from GitHub now. And that will disconnect the two. Again, this makes a request to GitHub and all that jazz to do all the stuff. So now it's saying, okay, connect to GitHub. So if I was to log out again, I don't know what song this is. Okay, so now if I was to log in again as PFWD, like if I was just to log in, does that make sense? So if I was to log in, right? So if I continue with GitHub, knowing that I'm already logged in as GitHub, right? This will actually create me another account. And this is because as the previous user, I've disconnected. So now I'm logging in through my GitHub account, and I've disconnected that account. So, whoops, there is an error here. Okay, this is an interesting subscription plan name. Okay, this is an interesting test case. Right, I am going to capture this. Put this into GitHub as an issue, which needs to be solved. See, this is why this is good. This is a good thing that this has come up. Well, it's not a good thing, but it's a good thing that we've spotted it, right? So, bug report. Okay, so what I did was I logged in. So, logged in via GitHub. So, okay, actually, error on its dashboard. That's where I'm at, right? So let's have a look at this. This is going to dashboard, yeah, account. Error on account dashboard after logging in with GitHub. Now I know already what this is, GitHub. This is because it's definitely a code issue. What's happening is that I'm not assigning a user account. And really, I'm thinking now that this needs to... Yeah, this is an awkward bug, actually. So this is happening. It's happening because the GitHub user doesn't have the subscription plan associated with it. This is happening. Due to no subscription plan being assigned to the new GitHub user. So, yeah. So milestone is definitely Q1, okay, and we're going to set that to myself. It's a bug. That's what it is. It's a bug. It's a bug, and the project is obviously how to code well. So, yeah, this is the subscription plan name. Now, if I was to think about this, how we would get around this, well, you would click on from if we go back here, right? So basically, we're logging in. So this is where you've already got an account, and you're logging in. But when you're logging in through GitHub, we need to, after you've logged in, we need to request what type of account you want. Now, this is where the pricing page comes in. So this part here, when this loads up, because at the moment I'm just assuming everyone's free, but that's not always going to be the case. So if you're logging in and you're continuing with GitHub, then there's two cases. One is that I've already created a GitHub account and I'm just continuing on, and in that world that's fine, because I would have already created a subscription plan and associated to the user. Regardless of whether it's free or account or a premium account, that would already be there because the account has already been set. This, however, is the second issue, the other sort of fork in the road, and that is where it's a user that hasn't even been created as an account and doesn't have a subscription plan. Now, the easiest way really is when we get to this this point where I continue with GitHub and I log in as PFWD and I don't have a subscription plan, is to then request the user to either continue on as free or choose one of these things. Or I could ask up front. So when you click on this button, instead of it going through to GitHub, it actually goes to the pricing page. I don't know. We're kind of like working on falling into the second quarter's sort of territory, because the second quarter's territory is all about billing, setting up user accounts in terms of whether they're free or premium accounts. The first quarter is mostly about creating free accounts. I think what I'm going to do is just leave this. I think I won't play with it today because I've got I need to just make a decision. Let me add some more things in here. So, question is, should a new GitHub user need to choose the subscription plan before logging in? Okay. And I'm going to put in sort of option 1. So user creates a free account via GitHub. That's probably the quickest route to entry, right? A free account via GitHub. Option 2 is user selects from the pricing page, from pricing, account type, and then logs in. So the first one is the easiest one, but this will create a bunch of free accounts, which is perfectly fine. You know, it's all good. Option 2 is where you have to, when you click on here, it takes you to the pricing page where you select which one you want, knowing that you've already clicked on that. The thing is, I don't know if that's the right way to go. We're on login. Login assumes that you've already created an account, you see. That's the challenge. That's the challenge. If I clicked on sign up here, it reckons I'm already logged in. That's why it can't get through all this stuff. That's very frustrating. Let me click on Oh dear. How do I get out of this horrible loop? See if I can log in as someone else. Someone who already has an account. Let's log in as monthly user. That's probably best. So that should flush the session and all that jazz. Yeah. See when you're and see you've got the courses here. That's what I wanted to show. But I have been derailed. Let me quickly log out. I just want to see something a minute. When we register, and this is moving, like I said, this is moving into the territory of Q2. So I don't want to fiddle around with this too much in terms of code, but I'm more than happy to scope it. So let's join. Right. So, this is what I wanted to see. So when you click on join, it's actually taking you to the pricing page. When you click on start learning to code, right? So, or if you choose one of these things, start learning to code, for instance, that's going to take you to the register page, which is failing. Why is that failing? Which will take you to the register page, which I need to fix, obviously. That I will need to sort today. Let me create a new issue. Cannot register. Cannot register. New user. It's a code issue. Right, I'm probably going to have to... Well, I will have to fix this one before I do anything, unfortunately. Submit that. I'll have to write an end-to-end test as well to make sure that we can actually land on this page without an error. Whoops. Yeah, but anyway, my thought was, or my trail of thought was, we hit the register page, it goes to the pricing page, which then you choose which type of thing you want to subscribe to, and then from there you log in. So in the sense of GitHub, it would be kind of the same thing. When you register, you would or when you log in with GitHub for the very first time, there needs to be this choice at some point down the road. So I need to think about that. Let's fix this up first before we get into the course enrollment, which is a bit of a shame. First up, let's just see if we can actually replicate this in a test. That would be good, because having this at the moment isn't good. First up, let me just commit these changes in. This is the stuff I was doing before the stream. So what did we do here? Oh yeah. So yeah, move back to app. Yep, that makes sense to me, don't you worry. Git push. Okay, we're going to do a git checkout of -b. We're going to check out the... Which one? Cannot register new user, 52. So this is fixes register bug. All right, so we're in here. So first up, I want to have a test to test for that. So if we go to src, we probably have one from Cypress, but I have decided not to use Cypress and continue with Selenium for all its foibles. Okay, so what we need to do, sorry, I'm just reading the folder structure. We need to create a feature, don't we? Register feature. Okay, so this is register a user. This is going to be attempt to go to the register page. So as a logged out user, I would like to register as a free user. Register with a free account. So, right, I go to register. Is that where we're going? So we go to register. Yeah, / register. And then I should see in the title, I think it's join or something, but this will fall flat on its face. So we'll get to this point. Let's do a make test acceptance. And this is account profile. Is there a way I can actually tell the... I'm sure I've done this before, a way of actually saying do this test rather than do everything. It is codeception. Run feature. Aha. There we go. Acceptance checkout. That is the feature name, right? So feature checkout. Gotcha. Okay, so this would be feature register. I see. Because I don't want to do all 11, you know? It takes ages. And yeah. And it would be silly. Let me see now. I'm not sure I can do this as a I might be able to. So I may just have to feature. So composer D, Selenium test, blah de blah de blah, all the things. Then I think it is the feature name, right? So this would be register. Let me try that. Yeah, register. That should just do the one thing. Nope. File or path, register not found. Do I have to supply the path then, do I? Or is it just this feature? I don't know. Yeah, we got register on here. Now that should fall on its face, which it does. So that's our failing test. Whoop whoop. So yeah, cannot read the property. Lol. Right. So now we can fix this thing. I wouldn't mind changing this to be. Yeah, I'm going to just play with this a minute. Bear with me a sec whilst because I want to pass something into here. That would be nice, wouldn't it? Let me just see. I don't know what that's all about. Make file, pass argument to command. Passing an argument in a make run. args, run args, make args. So could I just do could I then do make feature args is equal to register.feature. Is this going to work? Hell yeah. Nice. Nice. So that will run a specific acceptance feature, passing in. In fact, I think I might just do feature, because it makes sense. So if we were to run this again, then it's just feature. Feature is equal to register.feature. Nice. Right. Okay, enough playing with the make files. You know I like make files. So can't get away of reading the email from the app entity user. Let's fix this up. I've got a horrible feeling this is going to be a little bit more than just tightening up an entity. Oh dear. All right, let me step through this. We are in the register. That's the app, that's the user, that's the entity. No, that's not the way to go. Controller, I can't remember where it's at. Is it account controller? Is it register? No. Where have I put it? Security. Login and register. Here we go. All right, so what we're doing here, and you can see I'm forcibly setting the package to be free, which will be changing in the next sort of sprint. Okay, so create free. Register type is user. We go to user here, and this is the... Oh yeah, this is the user type. Gotcha. So we got the constraints here. We've got the username, we've got the email. This is the thing that's having a little bit of a Barney. And I think I know why. That's very annoying. That's all my validation. So, yeah, the problem we can see up here. Cannot read email, which is off of the back of this, from user. Now that's the problem. That's a problem. The email is actually from another entity. So how am I going to get around that? That's very annoying. I nearly swore there. It's because we're doing a data class of user, and the user doesn't have the email address. The user has the username. The email address is actually on the profile in the contact entity, so it's further down the line. So how do I now get that from here? We can't do contact dot, well, we can't do profile dot contact dot email. We can't do that. That's ridiculous. We can't do that. We can't do that, can we? If we were to refresh this, this is just gonna not work. It's not gonna jump down that chain. No. No, nor can we do that either. That's not a legal move either. Oh dear. Let's see if there's anybody who's done this before. So Symfony form, get field from child entity. How to add form field to a second level child entity. Is this it? And add entity B collection array. If I understand your question, oh, hang on. Let's read the question. I'm trying to figure out how to create a form field of a second child entity in Symfony 2.6. I have entity A related to entity B with a foreign key, and entity B related to entity C with a foreign key. How can, right, okay, so this person's saying, if I understand correctly, you need a collection field type in your pattern form. It's type, okay, so I don't think I need that. Don't think I need that. It's not a collection. Basically, use the collection type because the entity type is rendered as a single field, usually a select. It's not a select. This way, you will be able to get to choose. I don't want to choose. I want to create. Thanks to collection type, you can instead render the whole subform. In this form, you can add whichever fields you wish. Really? Let's have a play, shall we? So you're saying that this is a collection now. I tell you what, before we destroy everything, let's put this on here. Let's change this to be a collection. I don't think this is the right move. Really don't think this is the right thing to do. Allow add, allow delete, options. So emails, entry type is an email type. It's a collection type, it's an email type. Each entry, oh, maybe, add emails, collection type is class, entry type is email type class. That could kind of work, but we still need to associate this to something, right? So we still need to associate this. I'm starting to think maybe it would be easier if we just don't link this to the user and we just created a user manually, but And the other problem, of course, is it's not actually just one entity. It's two. It's profile and then it's a contact. Rats. Rats. And the reason, let me think about this. The reason why I did this was because wanted to have the ability of a user in the future to have more than one email address. That was the reason why, I believe. Because you've got an email from, but that doesn't fly. Okay, yeah, that doesn't work. I reckon I need to reset the user to have the email, not the contact. That would make things a little easier. Yeah, I think that would be a little bit easier. I've overcomplicated this, I think. I've overcomplicated this. It was because when I was looking at the social login stuff, I was dealing with Facebook and GitHub and Google. And I was like, oh no, there's, lots of edge cases here. So let's allow a user to have a primary email address and then secondary email addresses. And then I thought, well, let's create a contact. But then, so this isn't going to work, is it? It needs to be, yeah, that's not going to work. That's just not going to fly. Let's put that in the user entity. I think that's probably easier. Yeah, I think, I don't know. So if we were to do this, we would go into contact and we would take out the email and we would put that into the user account, into the user entity. We would then run the migrations. We would then run the migrations unless we changed it so it wasn't an email address you logged in with, it was a username. But then that changes all sorts of a whole manner of things. I get the feeling that this is a massive architectural decision I need to sort of go away and think about, because this changes. The thing is, I'm thinking of, like, a user could be, in the future, How to Code Well could have teams of people, right? So you would have a team in your team, and you would have a team license, and your email address would be associated to your team email address, right? So that's why I wanted to break the email from the user and have the email as a contact, because you could have a personal account and you could have a team account, that kind of thing. And I thought this was the best way of setting that up, but perhaps not. Perhaps not. Okay, I'm making a decision, and that is to go with it. I think to go with it, to revert everything that I've done with the contact and put it back into the user account. I think that's probably the most sensiblest way, because now I've heard myself talk about the team accounts. You can still have, it can still work the other way, right? So this could be a primary email address that is associated to a team. That's fine. Yeah, okay. I think this is the way forward. So I'm going to put the email back onto the user account. Oh dear. Yeah, let's do that now. Let's get it done. Let's get that done. Give me a second. I'm just going to take off my hoodie because it's suddenly got very warm in here. Bear with me a minute. Okay. All right, so what I'm going to do is create an email in the user account. So where are we? We went to contact, didn't we? And we put it in contact, but that's not what we want to do anymore. We want to put this into, we want to put it back into user. Yikes. Yep. Okay, and in contact. Sweet. And what I'm going to do now is Yep. So if I ran the unit test, that's going to fail, which is what we're after. If I did make test unit, and I need to find out what has actually failed from doing that. There was one failure there. Another failure there. A lot of failures there. Okay, so here we go. Has no field type email, that's fine. That's okay. These are issues with the, okay, they look, here we go. They're the ones I wanted to play with. Undefined properties, emails on contact, and this is contact submit and validate and default test. Okay, am I doing the right thing here? I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I'm having doubts. I'm having very strong doubts as if this is the right way to roll. The thing is, I've taken it out once before and put it in the contact, so I don't know. Maybe it's a case of yeah, the problem is, right, you can have an email on your GitHub profile. You can have an email address that isn't associated to the email address that you assigned in here. So for instance, if you logged in with the free testing account, right, and then you wanted to link to GitHub and your GitHub profile was connected to another email address, that's the challenge. It's like, what do you do with that? Do you create another user because the email address is invalid? But you've requested to link to that account, so that means you're pulling across another email address. No, okay. I think this is fine. Let's keep going down this road. All right. So undefined property contact email on contact 47, and that is running off of the default test in contact sest. So let's look at that. Here we go. All right. So we get rid of that. That's fine. Okay, and then we go over to user sest. All right. Oops. and this is user. And we set the user. And we get the user back. All right, cool. That's groovy. Okay, so that should be that one done. And then this one is the submitting valid data. So if we go to here, line 47 again, but it's submitting valid data, which is down here, isn't it? Gotcha. So this is running off of the contact type. Aha! Okay, contact type here. So we need to remove the email from that. Gotcha. Okay, and then in and then I need to do a similar set, don't I, for, sorry, if we go over to here, that's what I'm looking for. We need to grab all this and put it onto the register form. Let's get rid of you. Let's get rid of that. And then go into, first up, we've done a bit of change, so let's make sure those run. I want to get to the register form, wherever that lives. It's in units, it's in form. We don't have one. All right, let's create one. Lol. Register. Is it called register though? Is that the thing that it's called? I don't know. Go to form here, and it is. Yeah, it is register user. Register user. All right, we'll grab you, paste that into here, and call this register type. Register user type. Okay. So from here, we can then do register user type. It's a form. It is register. And we're doing a register submit. Testing submit valid data. We get the module, which is Symfony. We do the form instance here, excuse me, and this is register user type. That's the form name, and then this is, we're creating a new user, and we're setting the email address this time. Setting email, there we go, to be free test 1 at testing dot howtocodewell.net. Okay, so then we submit the form with the email. So this is ensuring that the form is set up, right? So we also set, when we register, the password, set password. So we're going to do test 1, 2, 3, 4, and we'll do the same here. I think that's correct. We'll have a look in a minute. Test 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, let me just see what else have we got on here. So we've got our username, email, and password. Okay, so we need the username as well. So let's put that in. Username. Peter Tester. And whoops. Set username. Good. Right, what else is up on there? If we go back to here, register user type. Why is that complaining? What's that about? I don't know. I think that's good. And it's running off of the data class of user, and we've just added the email to here again. So, all right. I'm not worried about this lot because this is the where it touches the DB. It's just like it's reviewing the entities. That's fine. We can tidy those up in a minute. It's the ones at the top which we've cleared out. That's cool. Right, let's run a test again. They should all go through apart from the last lot. It's only because the entities aren't valid. They're trying to do a registration here, aren't they? Okay, right. So the forms view is expected to have app user entity, but it's app entity contact. Right, so this is register user. This is the one we've just done, isn't it? Where does that live? It's not that one. It's not that one. Register. New user. Form factory. The model. Ahaha. Gotcha. Gotcha, gotcha. We're passing in the model of the user. There we go. Let's run that again. Get rid of all the rubbish. So perhaps I won't get onto the course enrollments today. Lol. There seems to be a problem there with that form. We'll find that out in a minute. Unknown email in field list. Okay, it looks like I need to do my migrations now because there is a problem with this, problem with that one. They seem to all be entity based. Yeah, I think I need to run my migrations. So we'll go into bash as that, I think. Bin, console, doctrine, migrations, status. Let's just make sure I haven't got anything. No, that's good. So now let's do a diff. Good, and let's grab that and just do a cat because I'm lazy. Okay, so we are altering the table contact and we're dropping the email. Bye bye. We're altering the table user and we're adding email. Woo! So let's run that again. But this time we do migrate. That looks okay to me. Migrate. Yes, please. Sweet. So now if we came out of this and we ran make test unit, hopefully these will pass. Hopefully. Hopefully. No, we've still got a failure on that one. And on that one as well, that's weird. Huh. Okay, working from the top here. Email equals email contact. Why are we still running contact when we're on in here? That's weird. Oh, I see what's happening. Okay, I've gotcha. So when we run register user type, we also validate we go through these constraints, right? And some of these constraints have the email check and the username check and all of that jazz. So if we went to, yeah, the email check here is doing a find by email, And I need to now change this. Lol. I need to change this to be running the email address. Okay. All right. Okay. Do we have a test for this one? I'm sure we do. It would be in integration. It would be in yeah, it would be in integration, and it would be in manager, maybe either that, or it'll be in repository off of user manager, I think. Do I not have? Oh, hang on a minute. I'm looking at. Sorry. Let me just scan through these. I think it might be off of this one. Test email and save. Yeah, email contact. Yeah, this is going to fail. This is going to break a lot of things. Okay, let's create a test for the user. It doesn't look like we've got any, which is a bit weird. Let's create a user repository test in here. And what I would like to do is do the email check as the form has done. So first up, let's just get rid of some of this rubbish that we don't need here. And so what I want to do on the user is I want to find by email. Find existing user by email. Hey, Dota2. Thank you for joining today. Yes, I do AWS. Yep. Most of my day job is built around stuff on AWS. And the front end of How to Code Well at the moment is on AWS. Whoops. Feel free to put your question in the Discord server. Other people might be working around those things as well. Entity Manager is here. I want to grab that. I want to get a user repository. And we pass in the user. And I want to do a find by email. User. And I've got to pass in the email address. So this should be free. And I tell you what we could do. In the data fixtures, in the user fixtures, scroll. We've got this one here. That's the one. Oh man, I'm gonna have to change my fixtures as well. That's embarrassing. Okay. So assert user. There should be assert instance of user class user. Okay, so that should find the user by the email address. So find by email address will run this, which will break because there isn't an email. There isn't any email now associated to this. So let me run the integration tests. Yeah, so a lot of failure there with the enrollments. I'm assuming this is going to have like knock-on effects to other things. Yeah, so that's the email save and flush is gone. So this is actually quite a major change, which has had repercussions, shall we say. Yeah, I find AWS can be quite pricey. In fact, I'm looking to go to another provider for some of the stuff that I do for How to Code Well here, because there are just some things that are very expensive. I mean, one thing I would certainly suggest doing is if you can, turn things off when you can. So, for example, when you're asleep and you know that the box isn't being used, whatever it is that you've got, spin it down, because you get charged by, like by the amount of usage and also how long it's on for, depending on what the service is, of course. There is a lot of problems here. I think I'm gonna have to narrow this down to so that let's solve this issue. $23 failures. This has had a massive knock-on effect. To sort this out, we would do. It's fairly straightforward, actually. It's this get entity manager, and then it's actually no, it's not. It's not even that, is it? It's this. I'm in the repository, right? So it's this find one by, and it'll be email. Which is equal to email, and also active. Actually, no, we're only finding by the email. Let's not overcomplicate it. But that's essentially what we would do. This would be, whoops. This would be coming back with oh, it's using Python. Nice. Didn't realize it would use that. Nice. So it won't throw that. Find one by. This is the user. If user is an instance of user, then we return the user, or we return null. That's essentially what that's doing now. Let's run and make some more tests. Trouble is, because I don't have any data fixtures, a lot of this is just going to fall. It's going to go, okay, well, you've created that now, but we don't have any data for you, so sorry. But we should be getting around all of this kind of rubbish. Yeah, good shout with Terraform. Good shout with the Terraform. Terraform and Ansible. Code, configuration as code. That's a definite way forward, I think. Man. Why does that say find all external? That's the one we just put in. That's not right, is it? Find all. That's not right. That's not named correct. That should be find by email. Let's get rid of this. Okay, so we've still got. Oh wait, is it because I've gone and done the migrations and I haven't done the fixtures? Right, let's do the fixtures first. That's probably the best thing to do. Otherwise, I'm going back on myself. So let's do. Let's get into a container. Let's get into Sorry, hang on. What just happened there? My shell just died. That's weird. My shell just went. All right, let's get back into it. So, there we go. That's what I wanted to do. I think I pressed the wrong button. So, this is going to be where we run the tests. So I can do make integration tests, which I'm just going to kill. And then this one here, we're going to jump in as the container. And I'm going to do bin. No, actually, I'm not. I'm going to do make db test rebuild. There we go. Right, so this will probably cry because the fixtures aren't wired up correctly. But at least I get feedback loops, which is important. So I can see what is actually breaking. So this will drop the database. It will create the database. It will run the migrations, as well as that migration that we've just added. And then it will purge the database, load the fixtures, and at this point we should have maybe an error or two, maybe? Why did that work? Why did that work? I was expecting an error. I was expecting an error because we don't have any emails set for the... Hang on a minute. What have I done? Bear with me a minute. I thought this was going to fail because with the user fixtures, this is how the contact's set up, but that's not how it's going to be set up now, is it? It's going to be down here. Create a HTC user. That's all good. Contact. Well, let's just look for email. Yeah, so that doesn't... Have I not removed that from here? I haven't removed it from here. That's why it's not working. Let's get rid of it. I haven't removed it from there. Right, which probably means I've got to run another migration. Oh! Yeah. Stupid me. Let's do a diff. I bet this removes it. And I've got to make sure that I've removed the properties as well. Yes, I have. I bet we get a migration now. No. Hang on a minute. I'm so confused. Oh, wait. I removed the property, but I didn't remove the methods. Okay. And then with the fixtures, what I did was I set the user... ran it through the methods, but they didn't do anything. Ah, I see. Okay. So now if I... okay, which is why I didn't get the error. Fine. So now if I ran this and then I did a test db rebuild, we will get an error. Any books I recommend as a beginner? Yes, definitely. Oh, I can see lots of questions. Sorry. Oh, thank you very much about the podcasts. Yes, I got an error there. Woo! Thank you. Lots of questions. How soon would you recommend for someone to apply for a JS job? What projects would you recommend putting on your portfolio website and how many? Any books you recommend reading as a beginner? So that's a good set of questions there. Is your username Maria? Is that the right way of saying that? But thank you very much for asking those questions. That's great. So thank you for saying that you like the podcasts. I'm glad you do. That's really nice. Let's get into this mode and let's have a little conversation, shall we? Let's talk about let's talk about stuff. So, how soon would you recommend for someone to apply with a JS job? So you said that you are a beginner, right? So how soon would you recommend for someone to apply for a JS job? I've made the assumption that you're a beginner because you've asked that, but I could be completely wrong. In terms of time, I would probably say at the minimum 3 months. At the minimum, but it really depends on the type of job. I know this sounds daft, but it really depends on the type of job that you're going for. Because if you go for a job that requires other experience outside of JavaScript, then that's going to take longer, right? So what I'm trying to say is that it's not always just JavaScript that you're going to be working on. It's going to be things like JavaScript, CSS, and HTML, because those two other things, CSS and HTML, are kind of the expectation that you would know those because you know JavaScript. So I would make sure that you're skilled up on those, and obviously skilled up on JS. I would have a good understanding, a foundation of the fundamentals of JavaScript. The difference, of course, with JavaScript and HTML and CSS is that JavaScript is more of a programming sort of language, in the sense that you're dealing with if statements, conditional flows, objects and classes. So there's a lot of I don't want to say that it's different to CSS in the sense of variables, because you've got variables in CSS, but it's different because it's more of a program that you're building in JavaScript. So it's a different sort of mindset. I would say a bare minimum of 3 months to get clued up on that lot, and then start applying. But what I would suggest is that you don't get disheartened by the amount of rejections that you may get. Just keep applying and applying and applying and applying. And I would continue improving your portfolio, which is another one that you've said. So what projects would you recommend on your portfolio, and how many? So in terms of the number, as many as you can, as many as you've done, as many as you want, as long as they show a rate of progression. You know, you've learned this thing, and now you've learned this thing. Maybe you've gone from being a JavaScript developer to being a React developer, or being a Vue developer. I don't recommend that you jump on those bandwagons until you've learnt the fundamentals of JS, and that, in terms of time on that, you know, it's however long you're comfortable at doing. But you need to understand the fundamentals, in my opinion, before understanding how React works, or how Vue works, or how Angular works. So yeah, what's the next one? What kind of projects would you recommend putting on your portfolio website? That really depends on what type of job you're after, because if you're after jobs in the data science stuff, then you would be doing work, you would have portfolio stuff about data science. Or if it was sort of statistics, it would be analytics, that kind of stuff. If it was to build websites, it would be perhaps static sites that you've built, or it would be microsites that you've built. If you're going down the road of e-commerce, then it would be, your portfolio would be tailored to e-commerce shops, right? You don't want to be in a position where you're trying to apply for a job of something that has a context of something that you haven't actually got on your portfolio. So you want to kind of mirror the kind of work that you want to get into with the portfolio. But also, you want to show on your portfolio that you can do other things. So for instance, if you've created a JavaScript game, put that on your portfolio. Why not? You know, it shows you can do different things. You take on different challenges. I honestly think that as many projects as you can, to be fair, would be a great start. As long as there's more than one, right? Because when you just have one on there, it's like, oh, so that was one project that you did like, 3 months ago or a year ago, but I can't see any progression. Having more than one, having two, having three, having four, having five shows a rate of progression, shows that, this is what I've done first, and then this is what I've done afterwards. And I really do believe that you should keep your old stuff on your thing, even if it's in sort of an archive mode, because then you can show where you've come from, which is nice. And also on the portfolio site, turn it into a blog. Write things down of the things that you've learnt about, even if you've learnt them from another blog. Write them down in the way that you've learnt them, because everybody learns slightly differently and attacks the problem at a different perspective. So write your perspective down. Turn your portfolio into a nice sort of well-rounded, well-formed learning journey of you. So this is what I've built. It's out in the wild. These are the JavaScript games I've built, but also this is what I've learnt. These are the JavaScript snippets that I've learnt. This is the latest function that I've learnt. Don't feel embarrassed to do that. I think that's really good, because it shows that you're willing to progress and learn. And also, you might help other people out. Any books that I recommend? Yes, definitely. In fact, if you give me a few seconds, or a minute or so, I will find some. Bear with me a minute. Okay, so they're not necessarily JavaScript books, but I'm currently reading Clean Code by Uncle Bob, and I've also got the other ones as well from him that I've started to read. One's about professionalism and all that jazz. So I recommend that. There's also this one. I love this one. This is called the TDD Companion Book. So this helps me understand what TDD is. That's the thing I'm learning at the moment. Yeah, but in terms of other sort of books that you could do for JavaScript, I'm sure that you could find some specifically on building JavaScript games or other things. I don't have any recommendations for those, but there is one that I can certainly recommend for HTML and CSS, though, and that is, we can find it on the actual website. Click on books. Where are we? Did I actually put it on? Oh my word, I didn't. That's embarrassing. There is a book about HTML and CSS. Ah, man. CSS in depth is quite good. Check that out. I'll put a link to this in the show notes, just in case you fancy a noodle. But yeah, there is a particular book. I'll put it in the Discord later on HTML and CSS. I can't believe I haven't added it to this, but it's really, really good. Let me close this. This one is the next one I want to read. Sorry, I know I've gone off tangent here. This is working effectively with legacy code. This was recommended to me by one of the viewers of How to Code Well, and I'm yet to read it. I'm really looking forward to it. I work on a lot of legacy stuff, so understanding how they've done it is good. So let me get back to the chat a minute. Bear with me. Ah, lovely, Maria. Nice. Got into learning ES6. Nice. That's good. How and where do you suggest applying? Right. So I guess this is a question that is really based on... let me go back to here. It's really based on your location, I think. Because when you apply for jobs... I don't know where you are in the world, but for instance, I wouldn't necessarily be applying for a job in the US because, well, they would probably be hiring someone from the US rather than from the UK. I'm from the UK. So I have a particular job board that I look at. Well, a series of job boards that I look at that are tailored towards my sort of area, my location. So I suggest looking to see if there are job boards around you. And when I say job boards, I don't mean like notice boards that you put up in your community center. I mean like on the net job boards. So there are certain recruitment agents, for instance, recruitment agencies around Gloucestershire, Cheltenham, and Bristol. These are companies that are in those sort of areas that deal with clients around those sort of areas. So I would be more geared towards applying for jobs that they put out rather than a job that Facebook or LinkedIn puts out, right? But you can certainly use LinkedIn. You can certainly use LinkedIn, but just narrow down your field of view, perhaps. Unless you really do want to work for a foreign, on a company that is outside of your area, I guess. I personally find it a lot easier to work with clients that are closer than clients that are on different time zones, for instance. That's what I was trying to say. So yeah, I mean, is it suitable to suggest another person's YouTube channel for web development? You can, I suppose. Yeah. Sure thing. We're all devs here. That's all good. So if you've got a suggestion, let me know. Apart from the fact that you can't post links in the chat because I've disabled that because I was being horribly spammed once. So yeah, so I hope that kind of helps in a sort of sense. I'm glad you're learning ES6. That is a really good move to do. You're narrowing down your field of view into that, rather than sort of jumping into different frameworks and libraries and the hot newness. Because the thing is, when it comes to applying for jobs, not everybody is applying. Not every job is React. Not every job is Vue. Not every job is, in my world, Symfony or Laravel. And that can also be tailored by the location as well of where the jobs are. Because, for instance, in London, in certain areas of London, Python is more popular than PHP. And then you can break that down into even more. So in certain areas of that world, Flask is more popular than Django, or Symfony is more popular than Laravel, depending on where you are in the locations. So it's not a case of, you should learn React over Vue. It really depends on what the companies that you're looking for are playing with, and then try and, like I said, replicate your portfolio to be enticing for them. Cool. Okay, let me get back to the code. Whoop. Okay, so this is our current dilemma. Right, this is our current dilemma. The current dilemma is the fact that we are calling set email on a method that doesn't exist anymore, which is fine. So we need to change all of this to have the email address down in here, so not on the profile, on the actual account. Now this is going to be a little bit boring for everyone. I have to apologize because I just need to set all this up. So I need to copy. It's going to be a lot of copying and pasting. Essentially, it's just going to be that. There's another one here. Down in here. Whoops. And then this one here. We're going to go into there. Email. Hopefully this is all going to wire up okay. It's all good. And you... This has to be the most boring part of doing setup, data, adjusting how the data flows. Right, so now we come to this point here, and if I typed in email, here we go. We remove that from there. Where does the user get created? It gets created up here, doesn't it? So we need to do... oops. User set email, because that's our new method. And we pass in data, and then we grab the email from that. That's the variable email, or that's the element off of the array. And then there was this part down here I saw. So that's getting the profile, getting the contact, getting the email. It's now just getting the email like that. And then hopefully, fingers crossed, I can do a rebuild of the database. And there you go. No worries, Marie. That's fine. If you've got any questions, other ones, let me know. We've got a Discord server with a bunch of coders there as well. Some of all different levels. Some are JavaScript devs, some are backend devs, some are Python devs, some are AWS gurus. So feel free to ask questions there as well if you want. The Discord server is here. Okay. Right. So those fixtures look like they've gone through okay, and the dump went through okay. So basically, what happens is when we do the migration, it deals with all the database, and then it deals with all the fixtures that we've just done here, and then it gets to this point, and then it creates a dump of the data. Because in the tests, if I came up here and I went make test integration now, what this is going to do is for each one of these tests, it's going to drop the database and recreate it. So we've got a static point, and as you can see, that has now fixed a lot of issues. Yay! Sorry, hang on. Okay, we've still got an error here. User manager. Someone mentioned earlier about the podcast. Who mentioned the podcast? Oh, it was Maria. Yes, so today I have just launched just published the last 3 podcast episodes. So it was 88, 89, and 90. Oh, we've got some errors there too. We've got to fix those. Yeah. I'm thinking what I'm going to do is the live show on Monday, just because of just how timings and everything work. I think what I'm going to do is do the podcast live show on Monday and then the following week publish it. So I'm thinking maybe have it sort of like a week behind. I think that works better for me. So the next show will be out on next Friday, and it will be a Friday to Friday show. I think that's probably the way I'm going to do it. Anywho, what are all these issues here? Get email off of the contact. Okay, so this is where we're doing the profile tests. This is an integration. Let's grab you. Search for that. And right, yeah, here we go. That needs to be user set. Does email exist with current account? Test, free account. Does email exist with other account? Step through that. That does the find by email, which is the thing that we've just changed. Okay, that makes sense. So that can go as well. And so that was on profile test. Let me get back to that a second. Anything else in here? Yep. So test validate. It's validating the email and stuff. Although that's not right, is it? That's the validator. Email check. Okay, no, it is doing the right thing. Okay, cool. Okay, I reckon I've cleared some of that out. Let's run that again. Not sure what's going on with GitHub. This is why testing is good. Okay, that's still an issue, email and flush. Because when you make a change as significant as the one I've just done, you want to make sure that you've covered all the bases, all the corners. Because I don't know what these issues are, but there's an issue. I want to make sure that the profile stuff in a minute goes through okay. So the reason why these tests are slow is because it's, like I said, it's having to rebuild the DB at each time, and then it's doing a database check. There's a few errors, isn't there? Okay, so this is subscription bridge. These are the ones I want to care about. The email, anywhere where it says get email. Okay, so this is the authenticator test, and that's a repository. Let's do that one. Okay. Get email.
Hello, coders.
Email. Test get new user. Sorry. Ah. It's actually on here. There we go. Thank you very much, James S. Oh man, James NM 0025. Smooth. Thank you for joining. Yes, I certainly can add them to group them up. That's what I've got here, the groups. Okay, this is get email. Get email. What's going on here? Which line is this? 204. Test. Yeah. 204. Get user on the authenticator. Okay, so it's obviously inside this. Okay, right, I see. So what we're doing here is we're fetching from the token, then we're getting the resource owner, then we're getting it from the session if there is one. That's fine. choose from the session or not. The email would be based on whether the user can come back from here, right? So it would be coming from there. That would be finding one by the login, which is, but no, so that's not it, is it? It's not that one. It's this one, isn't it? Yeah, so we check if the user can be found by the existing email address. So we get the email from the resource owner. This is the GitHub API. And then we do this user manager find by email, which does this one here. User repository, sorry. So where's that coming from? Line 126, 204, 32. Hut. 32 on the GitHub manager. The manager is you. Aha! That's the issue. So we need to remove all this and put that in there. And we need to do a set of that too. So if empty data and user email, then we set the email as that GitHub profile set. The email of the profile to the GitHub profile as well as the user as well. Okay, so I think I need to create a check on this one. At this point, do we have the... We do have the user. Right. If empty user, gotcha. If that's an empty, fine. Okay, that makes sense. Okay, so let's run those again. Yeah, I know I could, but I'm out of the container, so I would need to jump into the container and then run the -g. But and these tests do take time, but they're fine. I mean, and the change that I have made is quite a brutal change, so I wouldn't mind just keeping an eye on the others. My track record of breaking one thing and then everything else breaks is quite big. So, okay, that I think I know what that is. Okay, so there's still a problem here, which is, come on, let me select it. Thank you. Let me see if I can beat the test. Find by ID. Aha, it's this. That needs to be user. And the other one was the email manager test. It was the saving. It was this. And this needs to be C in repository. That needs to change to be user. We set the email. That's fine. Anything else broken? Yes. No, we've just fixed that, haven't we? So we scroll, and there is these two, customer bridge and subscription bridge. We'll deal with those together. That's fine. The getters and setters, that's what I expected. All right, I'm going to quickly run through those again. And whilst that happens, we'll deal with the customer bridge. What's the betting that it's something to do with the email setting and getting again? No, it's something to do with an exception that wasn't thrown. Valid with an invalid payment method. What? Hey? Exception of class. HTTP exception expected to be thrown, but a class of error was caught. Seriously? What? Find user by the ID. That's got nothing to do with the email address, so this is weird. User manager is this. Let me adjust that a minute. Var User manager. Is user manager, just so I can play with it. Find by, yeah, that's got nothing to do with the email. Customer bridge, Stripe client. Whoops. Hang on, I've lost it. How far have we got? It's just these two. Yeah, it's just these two now. They're both the same. Errors. I want to know why. Have they changed it to be a different exception type, maybe? Suspicious. So we're looking for a HTTP exception. We are doing a closure here. We're expecting a throwable, and we're expecting this to be thrown. We get the entity manager here. That's not very efficient, is it, Pete? I could have just passed that in. Never mind. We instantiate a new Stripe client, and we find the user, and then we instantiate a bridge, and we create the user, passing in the user here. Maybe it was in the create routine. Let's have a look at the create routine here. Yes, you swine. That's it. That was the problem. Right. That was that one. Let's have a look at this one. So it would be probably on a create on the bridge. Customer items expand. Maybe not. All right, let me just run the tests again, make sure that it may have fixed both of them, to be fair. And whilst that runs, we're going to do the units as well. So we'll test the test unit. So up here, we're testing the integration. So testing the database. This is doing database calls. Down here, we're testing the units. So I'm hoping that units are now going to be okay. Okay, no, there's one more there's one that's broken. Now it's checking the forms, and up here it's hitting the database, and then down here, oh no, there's a bunch of errors, isn't there? Oh, right. Well, this is interesting. I need to sort this out. This is test invalid data on the profile test. Right, that's fine. But down here, it hit the database, and it knew that there wasn't the database. The data wasn't. All of these tests rebuild the database. So this would have hit that during that time, and then it would have been like it doesn't exist. I shouldn't have ran the tests together. Right, all integration tests are now passing. There is 105 of them. That's good. Let me get rid of this for a second, just so I don't get distracted. Let me just run the units again, just so I can get an exact number of failures. I'm hoping that it's just going to be a handful. To be fair, these validator tests, these things up here that's just ran, this lot, they're not actually unit tests, they're more integration tests, because these do hit the database. Well, they don't hit the data, they don't make a database query, but they analyze the schema, which is a bit messy. So when I'm running this, when I'm running the integration tests, and the integration tests drop the schema and then recreate the schema, this fails. So I might have to remove these and put them somewhere else. But anyway, course view test, set user, set email doesn't exist. Let's have a look at this one. Course view, and we're running off of lines 100. Yeah, that's not gonna work, is it? Instantiate a new profile, instantiate a new contact, instantiate a new user, set the profile, set that, and then adjust the course view. I'm going to make a decision here. This is... no. We are instantiating the course view, setting the user on here. Okay, so what I will do... It's a difficult one, because I'm not actually testing... I'm testing the view, but... I'm testing that the view is hooked up correctly. That's what I'm testing. Yeah, okay. So, get user... We should remove all of this and put it down to here. And we should change that to user set email is this email. Okay, yeah. And because we've done that, and we've disconnected the email address from the contact, we no longer need any of this stuff, nor do we need any of that. We just need to create the course view, set the user, and then ensure that that's wired up correctly. Okay, that's fine. Okay, so the next one is profile test. This is a little bit more heavier. Testing on the constraints. So this is testing the validator. And it's trying to pass in the email. Set new email and original email. Yeah, that's not going to fly. I think we can probably get rid of this. What this is doing is it's using a data provider, and it's providing different email addresses. And validating them. Trouble is, that's not the way we do it now, is it? No. So I'm wondering if the way around this, because I don't want to lose this, because this is actually a good set of tests. This. How would I get around this? When we hit validate on the validator, we then do this validate. We do nope. That's not the thing, is it? That's not the thing. It's new profile. Here we go. We don't have the email. We have a name. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. We don't have the email, so we don't check the email, because that doesn't make any sense. Which means that on the profile test, all I need to do is pass in yeah, I'm only validating the name, so there's no need for this. There's no need for any of this. Yeah, there's no need for any of this. Thank you for following Sid 666 underscore. It's all about the underscore. There's 2 of them. Thank you very much for following. I really appreciate it. Thank you. Whoopsie. Now, this is still going to fail because it's got the error count. Name is user. That is going to... Right, so that should... that should throw an error. That shouldn't throw an error. That shouldn't throw an error. That shouldn't throw an error. In fact, these tests are the same. That test is looking for space. and it should be okay. That's the same. That's empty, so it should throw an error. So in fact, we're only looking for... Yeah, there's no need for that. Okay, so we're looking for an error. That shouldn't throw an error, and that should have thrown an error. There we go. Yeah. And that should throw an error. This should throw an error because that's empty. Okay, let's see if we can run that again. So I'm making the new version of How to Code Well. HowToCodeWell.net is at the moment, HowToCodeWell.net is a static site built in Gatsby. And it's got a Symfony API. How to Code Well, I have a YouTube channel called How to Code Well where I teach code programming. These are all the tutorials that I have. These are all the courses, sorry, that I have, or most of them. And all the tutorials. There has 125 tutorials, something like that, over 16 odd courses and other things. And I'm making an educational platform for people to join up, either as a free user or a premium user, or just as a user, and to watch the courses and the tutorials. If they've logged in, then they'll eventually, once the features are all built, get suggested new content. They can download the code. If they're a premium user, these are features. I'm talking about features that are coming up. They can watch the videos that don't have any adverts, so they're advert free. Plus, they get to see the premium videos, the premium courses that aren't available for the free tier. So at the moment, it's just this static site. And when you click on one of these things, what this is doing is it's just going to forward you off to the YouTube playlist, right? So if I clicked on this one, it's just going to forward you on to the playlist to teach Docker. And so what I would like to do in this iteration is to allow people to log in and stuff. So that's what we're developing and playing with at the moment. Okay, so we've got some issues with we've still got issues with the profile test. I thought I solved that. That's weird. Hang on a minute, what's going on here? Sorry, I'm on, this is the file. This is the one where I'm on. And it is line 54. No, that's fine. User set email address. We're not setting any email address via the... Hang on a minute. I don't believe... Did I just ran... Yeah. Yeah, in the future, that's going to be... There's going to be... in the future... One of the future features is going to be to have Elasticsearch behind it. So, yeah, that's still a problem. Yeah, so, sorry, one of the features is to have Elasticsearch behind it. This has barely been scoped, or barely been scoped out. But one of the features in the future is to have Elasticsearch, and I want to pump through all of the course notes, because we have notes for each of the courses. And those notes are community driven, they're open source, as well as the transcripts of the videos that I'm going to basically transcribe all the videos, and have the ability for people to search for various things and be suggested based on their searches. So it's going to be quite driven in that sense. And also, when someone enrolls in a course, which is something that we were supposed to be working on today in course enrollments, but all of this issues came into my face that I need to fix before that. When the user enrolls in a course, I obviously record that in the database, and then I can see what the user over time has seen, and then suggest in the courses and tutorials based on the things that the person has seen beforehand. Those features are premium based features, but that's kind of the idea. So that's a future phase. Okay, let's see if we can cut this sorted. Line 54, I think this is lying to me, because line 54 is a user, and we're setting the email, unless I'm looking at something that is completely not correct. Yes, I am looking at something completely not correct. I'm looking at test constraints. I don't think I'm looking at the right file, am I? I don't think I am. No. Line 54, which is down here. Aha. Yeah, I'm going to have to strip all the emails from these things. And test constraint, email, not blank. Yay. That needs to be name. That needs to be 0. This is testing the form. Or testing the validation of the form. Let's get rid of all of this stuff. Scroll up to the top here. It was this thing here. That's wrong. That needs to be... In fact, this is just set up, so it doesn't need to have any of this stuff. Profile is profile. Actually, there's no profile. Am I... Hang on a minute. I am testing the profile, though, aren't I? Profile set. This profile... Hang on a minute. I'm confused. Why am I not setting the profile on the user? What's all this about? Validator. Do I need this? That didn't make any sense. I do need the new user. And if I remember rightly, the profile, when we instantiate the profile, the user, we instantiate the profile, yeah. So, that should be okay. Awesome, no worries. No problem. I do apologize. These streams are a little raw because they're like, I'm trying to build this this thing, and I keep hitting all these errors that I didn't expect. In the back of my mind, I'm like, I need to get the course enrollments done because that is a feature that I need to get done by the end of this quarter. So do bear with me. Profile test, line 67. There is a problem. Undefined offset 0. Line 67. Is that something I've just changed? I'm in the wrong file. Right. That's interesting. That's saying that the validator get constraint collection of constraints. This validator, which is the profile. Constraints. Does email exist? Scroll. User. Yeah, I think we can get away with that one. Yeah, I can remove that, I think. Fields. Get constraint. Hang on. Oh, idiot. It's this one. It's an array of constraints. Right, let me have a look at my history and see how I did it with the email. Local history, show history. There we go. Not blank. Run it again. Yay, look at all that green tickness. All good. All those green ticks. Apart from one. Asserting that one is true, but it's false. This is line 92. Again, this is on the validator test. Line 92. Passing in the data. Data is the invalid data exceptions. So one of this. Oh right, no, that's clear. So we can get rid of that. All right, run that again. I think we're getting there, very slowly. I haven't done anything I wanted to do, which has been so annoying, just because of this one issue. Okay, so now I'm going to just run all the tests. Actually, no, I'm not doing it like that. Tests. I'm going to run all the things, right? So this will do beautifier. It will do PHP stan, it will do code sniffing, it will do PHP MD, mess detection. It's going to do the lot. Then it's going to do the tests once more. It's going to do the unit tests, the integration tests. Oh, hello. Stan wasn't happy. Account controllers, email senders, get user managers, and the user manager authenticator. Oh dear. All the things. All the things. Line 227. Now, the reason why this is coming up and not through the tests proves to me that this isn't tested well enough. This would be get email. Is that correct? Yes, this would be get email. User manager on line 143. And then your GitHub manager on line 32 and 34. Whoops. (32 and 34). This is call to undefined method, user interface. Oh, right. Okay. Yes, it's an interface. Of course it is. I would need to change that. Set and get. Set email is a string. Email. And get email. Oh, yeah, get email. That would return a string. And it's a nullable string. So it would return null string like that. And that would be returning a user interface. User interface. All right. Email sender. On line 34. Don't want to break that. Account controller. Line 114. All right, nope. There we go. On my tabs up here, there is this error. I want to see what this is for. Nope. Oh. There we go. All right, let's run it again. Come on, PHP Stan. Please be happy. No errors. Now we do the validation. That's correct. Now we do the database schemas. That should be fine. Now we clear the cache. Come on. So the thing I was trying to do yesterday was get the tests running in a different container rather than the dev container. I was having lots of issues with it. But I think it's worth it. Okay, here we go. All the units. Sweet. Okay, all the integrations. Nice. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is I'm going to grab a cup of tea because this, and you know, I'll just let this go through and then I'll come back. So I'm going to grab a cup of tea, probably a slice of cake. Why not? I will. I'll let this just run on the screen, but I will be back very, very shortly. Lol. Alright, so what's going on here? So we got a failure. Account profile list. Failed. Register failed. Let's scroll up to the top, right to the top. So these all passed, we all know that. Unit tests went through. Integration tests all look good. Acceptance tests, we have an account profile issue and we have a register. Now the register one, we kind of already know what that's about. That was the whole point. I created a failing test to resolve this issue, but this one is a bit weird. Attempt to update the user the name of the user. Is this because profile attempt to okay, I wish to see as a user failed. Neither okay, no, I know what this is. So Selenium should have given me some output here. Here we go. So there should be Pong files, PNGs. Okay, so it should be that one. So neither the property email nor one of the methods email get email is on. So I reckon this is a twig thing, isn't it? Twig thing. Twig. So, all right. So it is going to be in templates. It's going to be in. It's going to be in front end accounts. It's going to be in profile, and it is this. That gets removed. Yes, that is correct. Now, with the, I don't have to run all the tests again. I don't have to, I know they all pass. With our new makefile command, though, I can run this feature without running the rest of them. So it's that one, isn't it? I reckon I can do make test acceptance feature, passing in the feature file, which I think is tests acceptance account profile. I think it's that one. Yeah, as a user, I wish to update my name. I log in and then I should get the profile. So I haven't actually finished that test, but anyway, we should be able to do account underscore profile. Account underscore profile dot feature. I think that's how this will work. So it's just going to do one test. Yep. And that should pass. Fingers crossed. Come on. Please pass. Come on, I'll love you forever. I'll be your best friend. Stop teasing me. Just pass. Come on. This is why I want these tests to be run on a different box, because they take so bloody long. There we go. It's passed. Thank you. Okay, so the one that we know doesn't work is the register. Register feature, which is where we are, which is basically where we were beforehand, right? So, do-do-do-do-do-do. Okay, cool. But the beauty with this is that I can actually go and see the output, and it's here, right? So it looks like it's register a user. Register. I see. Join. Create. Aha. Okay. Contains join. H1. So that would be in. Here. I see header join. Contains join. That is what we need instead. So there we go. So that should now pass. Which means that because that's passed, we should now be able to refresh this page, and we should now get the register form back. Yes, that's passed. Come on, register form. Show me your fields. Woohoo! All right. Okay. I'm going to do a quick run. I'm going to do a quick sort of manual run here. So we're going to do, what's the date? I like doing dates. It is the 7th. So 07, 03, 21 at testing.howtocodewell. This is the username, isn't it? .net. Let's just grab that, put that into the email. Let's remove all of this stuff and use that as the password. Whoop. Register. Come on. Come on. I promised myself as I was walking up the stairs that I would finish this cup of tea, because usually when I stream and I've got tea, I usually leave it until it gets too cold to drink. Yay! Okay, so now can I sign in with that account if I did a login? Come on, please. And then what I want to do is replicate that. Oh. That's mean. Why has it been deactivated? Is it because it's not activated? Hang on a minute. Yeah, what I would like to do is create this as an actual end-to-end test. What we'll do, though, is just... I think this is based on the register thing. Let me just get to the... let me just get to it a minute. It is in security, it is in register, and what I'm not doing here is I'm not activating the account. And the reason why I was going to do that was I wanted them to click on the email link in the link in the email, but I don't want to do that anymore, so it's a bit disjointed. So what I need to do at this point is do user set active is true. And I'm going to do this all again. I could just jump into the CMS and activate that account, but I'll just create another one. So we'll start learning to code. That should take us to the register form. I need to fix that margin. And we're going to do this, but -2 because we're on the second one. At testing, my poor email account is going to get hammered. howtocodewell.net, and whoops, paste that in. That is the I'm going to put a bug for that. A new issue. Bug reports. register page. Bottom margin is not set. This should, footer is touching register form, and that's a code issue. Assign it to myself. We'll do this one later. Bug milestone is this queue. It's in this project, of course. Yep. All right. So what did I just do? I can't remember. Oh yeah, we did we register and now we need to log in. Okay, that is a problem with the account. So obviously I don't have enough end-to-end tests. This is the thing. This is obviously the thing here. Yeah. I tell you what, let's just build out that register feature, get to that point where we have the error, and then fix that. Okay, so we get to, yeah, that makes sense to me. So this stream, even though it's titled Course Enrolment, I'm going to just change the name of the stream because it's not Course Enrolment, it is Fixing Register Form. This is what we're going to be doing. Fixing. Okay. All right, so essentially what I want to do now... No! So let's log out. So essentially what I want to do is write this sort of scenario as someone logging in, right? So as a logged out user, I would like to register with a free account. Okay, that's the scenario. So like you go to the register page, which would be here. All right. So then we got the username, we got all of this jazz. So you should see the header, create a HTCW account, which is that. Okay. And I'm not sure if I've got any steps for this. Bear with me a minute. Let's have a look. Support step. I'm sure I've got steps in the CMS. Oh no, not in the CMS. Form steps. Here we go. I should see the form. I should submit the form. I enter form and enter into the form. That's what I need. You put in the value in the form field. So I enter into form, which is just a wrapper for I fill in the field, passing in the field ID. So I enter into form field. Have I got an example of this? I must have, otherwise I wouldn't have written it, so apparently not. Okay, interesting. Value and form. I enter, oh yeah, okay, I enter, and then that is, so that would be I enter question mark into form field. Right, so we're going to create a user here. So we going to create the username. Yeah. So that would be username. That would be email. That would be password. And then down here we would do the submission. So let's grab all those fields. So we do developer dev tools. Grab that. We're looking for that as the ID. That's the register username. I enter something into here. Next one is I enter something into here. That's the email. And then the last one is the password, right? So I bet it's just that, but with password on the end. Yes. Okay. So I enter. We're going to make one up. 0703. The database will get rebuilt on this, so 21. That should be fine. The database gets rebuilt, so that's okay. The email address I'm going to do as at testing.howtocodewell.net. The password we're just going to keep to this.
No coders.
Sup me new. Nice username. Thank you for following. I do appreciate it. Thank you very much. So this Selenium test is going to hit the register page. It's going to make sure that we can see the title of this, and then it's going to fill out these form fields. So the next step is to submit the form, which is I submit the form. Now, this is tricky. I submit the form, sign in. That's not right. We should probably make another one for that one. I submit the form. Basically, I need to find out where I've put that and change it, I think. Let me wrap that around. Hold on. I submit the form. Any takers? No? Yes, no, maybe. Okay, maybe not. I've got a suspicion that these are these actually being used? Eek. Front-end steps, CMS steps, page steps, and form steps. Okay, so they are in there. I just can't see any. Maybe not. Okay, anyway, so I click and then the link. That's form ID. Is there a submit form? Here we go. I submit form. And the params is the selector. So that's the form ID. But I want that to be Do we have the form ID? There is no ID on this form. There is a name on the form. So we could do the selector of form name is equal to, and if that was form name, yeah. Why is that? Required parameter params is missing. Change signature manually. Oh, okay. Oh, submit form. Oh, that's not gonna do the thing I want. We are gonna have to click the link, aren't we? Submit the form submits the form with the form fields, and I don't want to do that. I want to fill out the form fields and then submit the form. So that's clicking of the link. I see element. I don't think this is going to work, because this is going to just look for a link. Oh, no, wait. I click form types. I gotcha. Okay, this could work. This could work. This could work. This could work. So we would have... Yeah, this could work. Yeah, no, this is fine. So this needs to be different. This needs to be the register form. So this is a button down here. Register, button ID, type of submit. So that would be a button. We've got the ID here. So we got the ID of save. So we could do ID. And this could be button ID. And are we going to change this to be I click button? Button ID. In fact, could we even make this a little less complicated? I click link login. Couldn't this be I click button with the title? So, or I click submit. Yeah, that just says register. So rather than coupling it to the actual IDs, we could just go I click and then text on here. I click text. I click, and then the thing. I click text. So, excuse me. If I go into the register feature, we then do and. Or then and I click register. Is that the right thing? I click button. It doesn't really matter. I click register. I click register. Right, let's see if we can just follow that through. So if we do, oh yeah, and then after this we then do then Once we've done the registration, we should go back to the login page. So we've got something up here. I'm sure we've got redirected. Then I should see the header. Then I go to profile, course, nope, login, no, page steps. I go to page I should be redirected to, that's what I should be on. So once we submit the form on the register form, wherever that lives now, sorry, here, it's green, I was looking for blue. We then should be, I should be redirected to page, and I think it's that I need to put in and log in. So I think that's what I need to do. Args. Then I should be redirected to, and then okay, and then it checks whether you're on the page. Gotcha. Okay. Right, let's run the test and see what happens. Who knows? How do I deal with securing my website? Well, it's not live at the moment, so, you know. No, but in all seriousness, oh, hang on a minute. Why is that skipped? As a lot, what? Why is that skipped? There's various things that you can do, like, well, it depends on what level of security you need at what point. So there's things like firewalls, obviously, making sure only those can see what they can see and what they can't see. And then, of course, there's monitoring, putting it through gateways and all sorts of other jazz. Then you've got hardening of the actual servers themselves. Making sure that there are other accounts, or the accounts are limited to that. Also, there are ways that you can do SSH tunneling to ensure that only those people who have a particular key can access certain boxes. Yeah, lots of different ways to handle security. This is weird. I register as a logged out user. What's the? I don't understand. Why is that skipped? I'm writing the stuff. It's not because I've moved. Let me just try something a minute. This might seem a bit daft, but I'm just wondering, is it because I haven't given myself a space in between? I'm not sure. Do you use code or is it third party? Do you code it or use third party? Oh, right. Sorry, I misread. Do you code it or use third party? So I'm using a framework which is coded by other people. So there is, a lot of the stuff I do is open source, and some of the things that I do is open source. So it's it's not all closed source, if that makes sense. I hope that answers your question. Why is this skipped? Okay, but incomplete, skipped, or risky tests. Incomplete. Why is it incomplete? Run with a -v to get more information. Yeah, I think I can remove that. And I think what I'll do is I'll run. In fact, I think what I'll do, just to just to be 100%, is to actually do this within the container. So it would be bin code set run, and it would be acceptance, and it would be running off of the feature register dot feature. Let me just make sure I can run that still. Yes, it runs much faster when it's in the container. Anyway, and now I can do -v. All right, here we go. Step definition: I click register, not found. I should be redirected to login page, not found in context. Run Gherkin snippets to define missing steps. That's why. What framework do I use? This is Symfony. Yeah. Right. I click register is not defined. This is it. And oh right, hang on a minute. Do I need, is that then rather than and? Then I click register, then is that right? Let's run that again with a V. No. That doesn't matter. That should be off of the page steps. I should be redirected to... Oh wait, no, it's up here. I click on text. Text is there. So why can't you pick that up? All right, let's just run that. So that would be Gherkin snippets. Missing not enough arguments. Sweet would be acceptance. So okay, that one is the GitHub token. That's fine. So we can skip through this. The other one, so that's all done. I see state doesn't match. Yeah, that's all good. That's all good. It's this, isn't it? At then. I wonder if that's what I needed to do. In form steps. Oh, I've got when. It needs to be at then. Okay, right. Yeah, I see. Silly me. Then. And I think that's a capital. Is that right? Then. Same with this one. Let me just run that again. Just to see now, have we got one left? Nope. Run it again. All right, I'm just going to copy it. How long have I been a developer? I've been a developer for a little over 20 shall we just say over 20 years? Yeah. Then I click. All right, let's get rid of that one. It looks the same, but whatever. Maybe it needs to have the argument. I don't know. Yeah, it's all I know, right? So as soon as I finished school, I started as a coder, and there were certain things that, there was. So whilst I was at school, I was building things on the web outside of school. But But you know, I'm much older than that. So I did school. I was working on AOL Press, and I would say working. I was using nobody was paying me, obviously. Back in the day. So AOL Press, bit of front page, and then let me run that again. There we go. That's now sorted. It's this one. And then after that, I went to college. I did a H&C in information communication tech. So that was a very mixed bag of stuff. It had a programming sort of element to it, but there was also elements of like hardware and computer maintenance and all that stuff. But I was still working. I was still building stuff on the side, and then I did 2 years of that, and then I did another 2 years to change that HNC into a HND, which is a higher national diploma in the UK. So that was business information technology. Yeah. Gosh, that was back in the day. Wow. So with that, I did information systems analysis. Sorry. I did databases. I did all sorts of wonderful things to do with business and IT. Again, I was still doing. That was when the freelance stuff kind of kicked in. So I was kind of building stuff on the side for people between those two courses, between the first college course and the second one. And then after that, I went to university, and I studied web development and e-commerce. Multimedia and e-commerce, which was quite fun, very fun actually. I really enjoyed that. I enjoyed all the courses that I've been on, but that was pretty cool. Let me just run that again, just so I can see. So I did that for 2 years. Because I did a H&D beforehand, I was able to top up my I was able to come in at sort of halfway in the course and basically pick up because I had done the 2 courses beforehand. So I only did, I think it was 2 years then at uni. I don't know. I'm getting worried now. I'm doubting myself. Anyway, after that, I did a what am I looking for? This one should be redirected. I worked at a web development agency for 4 years. Gotcha. There we go. And that was building. That was back in. So you got to remember, this was back in the day with Netscape Navigator and Visual Basic 6. All those fun things. And then when I went to work at the company for 4 years as a junior, and then I went into they promoted me to senior, which was cool. We were doing all sorts of awesome things around that time. I'm going to put this in here. And I was working on, that's the wrong thing. I was working on e-commerce sites, microsites, working on PHP only sites. Should be redirected. What's the difference here? I should be redirected to arg page. Why is is it because of the space? Yeah. Anyway, so after that, I then did, after those 4 years, I worked for a hosting company, which is a pretty well-known hosting company. For, God, I forget the years. It might have been 2, it might have been 3, I forget. I should be redirected. And then after that, I did 4 years working for another company which was fully remote, which was awesome. and that was building websites and web systems using AWS in the early days of AWS, of course, and using all sorts of interesting sort of NoSQL tech. Also, that was the time in which I started building mobile apps. So I built a lot of Android apps and some iOS apps. And all throughout this journey, I was doing freelance. So not only was I working full time, but I was also had work on the side. So freelancing in the evenings and the weekends. Also, during this period, I was also building the How to Code Well YouTube channel as well. So teaching people to code was my bag. So I did that for 4 years. And then I worked and then straight after that, I went full time freelance, because the freelance had got me to a point where I could just switch over to being full time freelance, which was nice. Although the start of that was very rocky, but that always happens. From going from a nice salary to not having to having money coming in randomly, shall we say, rather than on a consistent basis. Sorry, I can't remember. Then after that we did then after that I did 4 years. Is it either 3 years or 4 years working for as a contractor on a PHP Symfony site? That was awesome. And then I've done stints, and then that was 3 years ago, I think. And in between now and then, I've been working at various different agencies, working on various different bits and pieces, working on lots of high traffic sites, doing a lot of interesting, awesome stuff as a contractor. And this stuff I'm doing right now is the How to Code Well stuff. So this is my side project, shall we say. It's like a busman's holiday, really. I've totally forgotten what I was doing. Should be redirected to page. That is the thing, and I've just put that in. And we've just used that. So I should now be able to run this. And fingers crossed. Damn it. I should be redirected to not found. Now we run the gherkin thing again, which is this. That is the thing that we have just pasted in. It's like it's not picking that up. That's so weird. How many degrees do I have? Oh, I just have the one. I've got a degree, right, which is the web e-commerce and multimedia degree, and then I've got certifications on some of the courses that I've done. So, for instance, I've done all the courses. So the HNC and HND. And then I have, I've been put on Linux courses, ethical hacking courses. I've been put on PHP courses, security courses. And those have usually come from when I was when I was working as a full-time dev. That's one of the beauties of being a full-time dev, is that if you work for a good company that, like the companies I was working for as a full-time dev, they will invest in you as a developer and put you through training. So I was put through a lot of training. Luckily, and I'm very fortunate, it was paid by the company. And the training that I was put on, if I was to do that myself, it would cost me a huge amount of money to do. I should be redirected to page. I don't understand why this isn't working. I don't get it. It's complaining that this step definition doesn't exist. but we are passing that through here. I should be I've got a feeling that needs to be removed. It's like it can't read the page steps. It's very weird. Not found in contexts. So this is page steps, right? And the context is down here. So we've got page steps. It's not pages steps or anything daft, is it? Is there a problem with the namespace on this, maybe? App tests step. App tests step acceptance. What is the yeah, no, the namespace is fine. There's nothing wrong with that. We can get rid of all this stuff though. And then it's just not reading this. It's weird. There's no caching involved in this, is there? It's just like, you know. Not found in contexts. Okay, I think what I'm going to do is just call it something else. Unless it's an and instead of a then. It might be. Then I should be redirected to. I haven't done this before, have I? Because that would help so much if I've done this before. Nope, this is the only place I've done it. That's annoying. So I'm on my own. I should be redirected to. Oh wait, gosh, there wasn't a space in there. That's probably why. All right. So it looks like it's running now because it's slow. So this end-to-end test is to log in, or sorry, to register with this account details, and then be redirected to the login page. That's the plan. The question about the degrees, though, that's an interesting one, because I'm of the opinion, even though I have a degree, and even though I'm part of the British Computer Society, I've done college courses and all that stuff, I still think that you can become a developer without that. There's a lot that I was taught that I don't necessarily need on a day-to-day basis. There's a lot of things that I learnt through the course that I use on a day-to-day basis, but I think that I wouldn't ever say that you must have a degree. I think that there's all sorts of different roads into this industry, and I just took one that suited me. You know, the reason why I did so many courses is because I was very unsure as to what I wanted to do with my life. So I didn't know that I wanted to be a web developer. I knew that I wanted to do something with computers because I was interested in computers. When I actually started learning programming, I hated it. I really didn't get on with it. Why is this taking so long? Yeah, no, I just didn't like it at all. Did not like it. And then I started we started building games in Flash. This is how far back ago it was, because Flash was still around. So we were building games in Flash. That was part of what my university degree was, to build Flash games. Whoa, we got an error here. And it's something to do with, so I can't run my acceptance tests from within the container. I have to do them from from outside. I keep forgetting that. Let's try again. It's just because of the IP addresses and everything. That's probably why it was taking so long, because it was waiting for it to time out. Yeah. So yeah, no, I wouldn't look down on anyone who hasn't got a degree. You know, in fact, the people who don't have a degree, who are in the industry, who are working for super awesome companies, who are building super amazing things, I actually look up to, you know, because university, yay, it passed, woo! So that was an end-to-end test for someone to register and then get redirected to the login page. Marvelous. Okay, so I think we fixed the issue that we were dealing with. What I'm gonna do right now is I'm gonna do. Oh, we wanted to bring it back to the issue we had before, where when you logged in there was a problem. Yeah. Okay, that's taking it to the other point. So let's go to the login thing here. I try and access the login page. That's fine. That's just accessing it. I attempt to log in. Let's fill this out. Oh, hang on a minute. This is logging in with the. Right. This is CMS login. No, I don't want to do that. I want to copy you. Yeah. So I have a bunch of Cypress end-to-end tests that I need to port over to this. So let's do front end. Front end login. There we go. Front end login. Front end login will go to the login page. So in order to So the feature is in order to see my accounts. I must log in. Right. Okay. So let's get rid of that for a second. Try to access the login page. So this is just hitting login and then seeing the login screen, which is okay. And then this one is to attempt the login. As a logged out user, I need to log in to the sys front end. To see my dashboard. Okay, so we log in. I log in with. Okay, let's not do that. Let's go to. I go to login. Okay. Then I fill out the login page, which is essentially all of this stuff, isn't it? And then you click login, and then it's basically all of this, isn't it? When I go to the login and I get rid of that, I enter. We need an account, don't we? Let's log in with a known account in our data fixtures. I've totally forgotten what I was babbling on about. Something to do with courses and stuff. Where are we? Free user. I do apologize. I'm trying to do a lot of things at once here. Whoa! And my magic mouse getting a bit hyperactive doesn't help. There we go. Right. So I enter this into. Come on. Into. I'm gonna have to find that out. I don't know. I'm gonna have to find that out. Let's go to the login screen. Come on. Why does this take so freaking long? I've been spoilt so much by the static site. I really have. So the name is just username. Okay. Is that right? Is that right? Yeah, apparently. Okay, fine. So I into username. I enter the password, which I think is just 12345, but we'll check it out on our data fixtures. Data fixtures, user fixture. Password is yep. So I enter that into the password. We don't need that. And then I click. Is it login? Yeah, I click login. Then I should be redirected to the accounts page. And I guess that's where we need to, that's the test. So let's run login feature. Although, let's see, that is login. Front end login, sorry. Front end login. So we log in here, and that's. I'm just wondering, like, I go to. Yeah, no, that's fine. All right, let's see if we can run this, and we'll just do it from outside the container. This is front end and underscore front end underscore login dot feature. Okay, so the first one is to try and access the login page. I need to access the login page as a logged in user. Try to access. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, that failed. Let's try and log in. I find it so funny. I've got this Apple Watch, this smartwatch, right? And I've been stood up. No worries. I've been stood up for like, I don't know how long this stream's gone for, 3 hours, 16 minutes. I've been stood up for that amount of time. I've got a standing desk. I'm stood up right now. And it's just buzzed to say, please, it's time to stand. It's not time to stand, it's time to sit down. All right. So we hit something and then we got please sign in. That's not good. And then this one was we tried to access the... this isn't good, is it? The best thing about Selenium is that it draws you, or doesn't draw you, it... if I can find it, it gives you output. So I can see front end. I try and access the login. It doesn't really help that, does it? To be fair. Right. As a logged in user, I should see the header, please sign in. Ah, there's a capital P there. That'll be why. Is that right? Why can't I see that? Failed a setting that the H1 on login contains the text. Oh, H1 login. There we go. Right, that's going to fix that one. All right. So let's run that again just to get over that. The second one is this thing here. It seems to have just not logged in. So that's gone through. Once this fails, I'll do this manually. Just to see what's happening. Come on. One thing I really miss with Cypress is that Cypress.io was, or is, it's not was, is, it's a JavaScript end-to-end, testing framework, I suppose. And because it's JavaScript, oh, no, they all passed. Why did that fail though in the first time? Hang on a minute, I'm confused. All I did was change that. Unless it fails If the first scenario fails, I wonder if it fails the second scenario. I'll tell you what though, what we can do just to be 100% sure is if we were to log in, and then I should be redirected to /account. We are redirected to the account, but I think there is a bug on the account which we should look at, see. So I think there is a bug here. Come on. Yeah, there is. So that's going to return a 500 exception. So we should check the exception codes, the response codes. And do I have anything for this as a test? I'm sure I do. I should see response code. I can see response code. There is no I can. I see current equals in field inform. I could see the title. I could do that. I could check the title, couldn't I? I can see element, inform fields, in source, in title, in link, cookies, current URL equals, in source. There's nothing about respond. Oh no, that's just myself, isn't it? Okay, no, I'm thinking of APIs, aren't I? Right, let's do the title. That's probably a good one because when this throws an error, the title changes to something completely different. So let's go and have a look at, let's have a look and see what the actual title should be. Let's go over to the templates. The title of the account should just be your HTC account. That's what it should be. So in here, I should see, title. Have I got anything for the title? Please tell me I've got something for the title. Nope. Nothing. None of these steps. Title. Nope. Okay, I'll have to make one. I thought I did. Do I not have anything in here? Nope. Okay, I'll make one. Never mind. I'll make one. Then I should see arg1 in title. So I should see in title. And then this is I see in title, passing in arg1. Okay. So that would be, I should see, well, I've forgotten what it was, sorry. Up here, yep. I should see in title. Is that gonna work? Let's run it again. So we're hoping for this to fail, and then that's my failing test, and then I'll fix the thing, and then run it again. Come on, this should fail. Come on, fail. Fail, fail, fail. Please fail. You know you want to fail. It's weird. Learning TDD, I mean, there's still a lot for me to learn. I'm so not good at testing. It's unreal. I'm just not great at it. Otherwise, a lot of this stuff would have already been, we've done a lot of development that, basically what I'm saying is I've done a lot of development that hasn't been tested, which is not good. Yeah, we got a failure. It's just funny that learning TDD, you get excited when you have a failing test because it means that you're now ready to fix it. Okay, so here we go. I should see your HTC account in title, but this is failed to log into. Whoa! Why does that say log in though? That's weird. That doesn't make any sense. that to me suggests that the form was not actually submitted. Hang on. Hang on a minute. This doesn't smell right. I should be redirected to here. It's almost like, and then I click login. That's not what I expected. That's not what I expected at all. So, okay, I am on. Why am I on page account for? Why am I there? Why am I there to begin with? Hang on a minute. Why am I there? Page steps, line 29. I see in title your HTCW account, which is there. Hang on a minute, I am so confused at the moment. These don't actually line up with anything that I'm doing. It's not because I've got two scenarios here, is it? In fact, we don't need the first one. We just need the second one. Like, you know, the page is going to be there or it's not going to be there. So it's not much of a feature to say just land on the page, right? I mean, do something with it. Come on. Still, I'm on my account. It's almost like it's oh, hang on. It's a session thing. I need to clear my session, don't I? Yeah, I need to clear my session because it's using the session of the one beforehand. That's why it's bounced to the account. I think that's why. It went to login and then it bounced to account. I think that's probably why. Okay. And thinking about it, I'm going to need to clear the sessions anyway. When we do the login, this is the CMS login, which I'm going to just rename. Actually, no, I'll leave it for the time being. Yeah, I think, let me just see if there's a way of clearing Selenium clear session. Is there a way to clear session data? This is Java, isn't it? Not interested in Java at the moment. I did learn Java. PHP. Clear session cookies with Selenium IDE. Delete all visible cookies. I suppose I could have a play in here, right? So let's do this delete session snapshot. All right. Session. Delete session. Load session. Save session. Right. I don't know whether this is the thing or not. As I logged out, when I go to the login page, I think I might have to change this to be do we have as? No. Given I am logged out. Right. So now I need to create that as I'll do it in here. So given I am logged out, I am logged out. So I delete session snapshot. So I need to find out what those are. Log it into the front end. That's the session snapshot. Okay, and that's the session snapshot here. Am I extending this? If we go to front end steps, is that extension? Yes, it is. Okay, so what I can do up here is I can create some constants. So we can do doesn't really matter, does it? Public, protected. Come on, do it properly. Const. So I want front end. Snapshot. Shot is equal to this one. That's front end, not back end. And then I'm going to grab that, copy that, paste that underneath, and then do back end. No, it's login, isn't it? Login underscore backend. There we go. There we go. And then this we can change to be self. Front end. Is that what I'm? No, the back end. Lol. This is front end. Gotcha. Okay, and then we save. Oh, we got to save the snapshots, don't we? So self. Backend snapshot, self front end snapshot. Right, which means now because this extends that, I should be able to, and we're unprotected, we should be able to do self. Wait, hang on a minute. What's that? I am logged out. What's that? I am delete session. Oh, that is itself. Yeah, sorry. It can't be protected, can it? Do I? No, it's I. Oh, wait. Yeah, no, it doesn't. It doesn't extend it. It's I dot. Oh no, that's not going to work. Rubbish. This is I. I is acceptance, and then has this. Yeah, so these need to be public. Gotcha. I see. And then in here we can do acceptance tester. Or I could do I. I could do I if I wanted to. But I think I'm going to do acceptance tester and then front end because it gets rebuilt. So yeah, this is probably wise. So let's do, it doesn't matter which one. We do both of them. Make sure that we're logged out from both things, front end and the back end. All right, so if my theory is correct, it's something to do with the session that's already in play. Given I am logged out, I'm hoping that's going to run the logout thing. Let's give that a whirl. It would have failed already if that was the case. Come on. Come on. Okay, so, oh, no, that wasn't the case. We're on an account. That is very weird. I don't understand. There is nothing on here that says anything about account apart from that, but that should be down here. IC in title. Unless this was the number of... Oh, it's the 16, 14, 15, 14, 13, 12, and 11. That can't be the order in which the steps were taken, right? I mean, that doesn't make any sense. I am confused. That 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. Unless it was doing it in a different order, I would have half expected it to go down. Anyway, having that in there is actually a really good idea. Having that the ability to log out, that was something I needed anyway. So that's fine. Okay, so let's take it from the top. We logged in, we passed in the username, we passed in the password. We then clicked on login, and then we should be on the account, and we should see in the title your HTTC thing. Failed asserting that login to your account, How to Code Well, contains your How to Code Well account. This suggests that we're back on the page. Do I need to follow that? I wonder if I do need to follow it. So if we get rid of all this for a second, off we go, and then run this again. Seems phony. Yeah. I think I was just misreading the scenario steps, and that is the latest step, and that's the earliest step. I would have thought they would have gone in the other way around, but hey, that's I've been staring at this screen for too long. We're now moving into like 3.5 hours of the stream. Well, 3 hours and 37 minutes. And I've had one break. So once we get this running, you know what I'm going to do? I'm going to get another cup of tea. Right. Okay, so we should now have the thing. So yeah, it's coming back to the same page. So when we do that and we do that and we click on login, it's just refreshing the page, which is very weird because I can... Sorry, I'm jumping about. If we were to come here... and log out and log in with this stuff. So we go to /login like this. I'm going to check all of the things. Like it's almost just hit login and it's not passed in any of this stuff, although I would imagine that to be filled through. So okay, we're going to pass that in. It's not because I'm logged in. It's not running off of that session, is it? No, that'd be daft. It wouldn't be doing that. Yeah, no, that's fine. All right, so we log in through here. Let me just see if I hit login now. Nope, of course not. Test 1 2 3 4. And let me just be 100% sure that that's username. That's the name. ID is username, and then this one here is the password. ID of password, name of password. That's good. And then I click login. So we have a look at the login button, which is this one. Or, oh no, it's this one, isn't it? So it's login. It's a button. There's no spaces in between. So I hit login. Right, login. And it's saying that it just refreshes the page without anything filled in. But that's not true. But that's not true. Basically, I want to replicate this error in here. Click login. Then I'm wondering if I need to like follow this. I don't know. Let's go back. Let's just have a look at this one. So click register, then I'm redirected to the login page. That's correct. We know that works. And I click login, then I should be redirected to the account page. There's something niggling me in the back of my head about the sessions for some reason. So I'm just gonna log out from here. And then I'm gonna run the test again. This is one of those things that should be super easy and straightforward, and the error should be super obvious. But I've gone code blind, I think, just because I've been staring at this for so long. If this passes now, I'm just gonna probably walk away and cry into a pillow. Nope, doesn't work. Which is what I expected. Yeah. I click login. I am on page. There's something going on between those two, isn't there? When you click and I am on page, does that actually send you to the thing that you're on? Oh, wait. Yeah, I think so. I think what I'm doing is I'm clicking login and then I'm changing the URL in the address bar. I think that's what I'm doing. Man, that's not good. Dear. I got a feeling that's where I'm at. What's happening? So I think what's happening is we go to the login page. I enter in all of the creds. I then click login. Then I access the login page, and I haven't waited for this to be fulfilled. I think. So that would be handled here in the I am redirected to page, and I think I am on page is the same as I go to page, which means that it's the URL address bar. So I think I see in current URL. I see in current URL. I think that's what I need instead. Let's just give that a go. I'm gonna look at that. I'm gonna do Selenium. I can see in current URL. How do you get the current URL in Selenium WebDriver 2? Current URL. Okay, driver current URL. Let's just do PHP just to make 100% sure. Set browser, get browser URL. This URL, that's not helpful. Get location. Again, that's not helpful at all. And this is still complaining, and it's complaining about the same thing. Is it? Yeah, failed asserting that login contains account. So it's just another way of checking, isn't it? It's still going back to the page, so that isn't fixing the problem. There must be something going on here. I click login. Come on, there must be something daft going on here. Let me compare the register form. That was a button with a type of submit, and the login is also a button, is it not? It's up here, button, type of submit with login. So yeah, I mean, they're the same thing. So that's not it. I mean, I don't understand. I'm going to go and have a look into Google. I'm going to see click link, click button, and follow, and wait. WebDriver clicking button issue. Wait until button is clicked in Selenium WebDriver. Selenium WebDriver wait commands. And follow. Element clicking, click functionality not properly in IE 10. Find element by. Send keys, no. Come on. PHP, code, exception, Selenium, click. Properties, get module, WebDriver. Yada yada yada. Find clickable. Get current URI. Get module. I am on page. Opens the front page. Opens the register page. So yeah, that I am on page jobby is the thing that is actually changing the URL, which isn't what we want. Yeah. I attach file. Check. Click. Perform a click or a link perform click on a link or a button given by a locator. If a fuzzy locator is given, the page will be searched for the button. Blah 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 blah. All right. So I click submit. I click log out. Click with left button. So that's like mouse clicking and stuff. But it doesn't say. Note that if that matches the type of button, type of. Note that if the locator matches a button of type submit, the form will be submitted. Okay, so the form's being submitted, fine, apparently. The thing that is really weird is that you can see the cursor is being placed there. And this is all empty. I think what I'm going to do is, whilst this is going, I'm going to tail the logs just to see what the logs say. What does the log say? Sorry. I've been coding for too long today. Right, okay, so we're here and we need to go to there, and we need to do docker logs -f of app. Is that it? Apparently not. It's API app 1. Hello. Okay, just reviewing these, I can see that we are hitting the login page. Right, let me just put a little bit of room in there. Let's run the test and see what happens. So this is the access logs. So we should see one to get to the page, and then we should see one to submit the page. So we've got a GET request here. That's icons. Of course, this is going to get all the things, isn't it? We've got a login here request. That is the profiler. There's no post requests, though. Why are there no post requests? This, to me, suggests that it's not submitting the form, right? So here we've done our initial GET request. That comes up with a 200 OK. And then we do another one, which is here. That doesn't make any sense. That's not. That doesn't. I'm broken. That doesn't make any sense. Like, I would expect a post request in between these. I've just pressed login, right? Have I just not filled out any of this stuff? I'm so confused. What? I enter that into there. I enter that into there. And then I click login. It's like it's skipping all of this. And then just going down to here. Right. As I've got the logs open, I'm going to run the register one. Alright. So, come on. We should see a post request in this. Alright, so we do a GET request to get the register. We also get all the other bits and pieces, the CSS and the JavaScript and all that jazz. We do another GET request. That's to get the profiler. There, we do a post request. See, it's doing a post request. Why did that fail? Oh, today is just not a good day. So we do a post request here. That's the difference. That's the secret sauce. But I'm confused as to why this failed. Is saying the register contains login. Why? What have I done? Okay. It's coming back with a 200 OK. It's probably because the database hasn't been changed. So if I was to do this again, because I don't think it does it unless I run the whole suite. So if I was to change if I was to change this up to be there, 1, for instance, and then 1 here, and 1 here, and then ran the tests again, I'm fingers crossed, I don't know now, you know, I'm now questioning everything, my life, all the things. So we can see the initial GET request. We get all the rubbish for the front end. Favicon is returning a 404, but whatever. Now we do a post request. We get a 302, which is great because that means that we've got a redirect going on. We then get into /account. Why are we on account? And then we get to login. That's weird. But it's passed, so that's good. So yeah, the database just needs to be rebuilt, and it gets rebuilt because it's on when I do run the suite. So I'm not fussed with that one. The thing that is so confusing though is I've got a post request on the register form. Yay me, but I don't have that when I do the login. It's front-end login, isn't it? So yeah, if I was to run this, we've got our... This is so nuts. Right, so we do our GET request. And then after this, I should expect a post request coming back. Which we don't get. We just get a GET login again. So, is there a problem with the form itself? Let's get there. That's the source of truth. We go to here. We got the method is post. Oh, hang on a minute. We click login, right? How many login buttons do I have? I've got, because I'm just thinking now we've got the GitHub thing. And we got login. Let me just change this to be login to account, right? I'm just interested. Login to account. Let me just do that. I'm wondering if... Sorry. Not in register, in login. Here we go. I click login to account. Let me run that for a sec. I'm just like there's more buttons on that form, so I'm just wondering if it's not hit the right one. Okay, there's our login. There's our GET request. There's the favicon again. There's our post request. Right, yeah, so there was a problem with the button. See, logging, read your logs, man. That's the... If you get stumped, read the logs. Okay, so here we go. Failing a certain that neither property... That is the error that we want. That is what we need. That is our failing test. Who? Fucking Ray. Right, I don't know why login didn't work, but login to account does. I don't know why. I'm gonna. It's something on the form, isn't it? It's definitely on the form. We've got how many buttons do we have? One. We just have the one. I'm also wondering whether it's hitting the H1. I don't know. There was two things that said login. I think I'm going to leave it to login to account. I actually think that does make more sense. I think. Does it? Or am I just being super lazy now? If I hit login. I don't know. Not sure. I've got login to account or continue with GitHub. I got login there. I wonder if it was clicking that. I don't know. Oh, it was clicking this. Oh my god. I've just worked it out. There's 2 buttons on the page that says login. It was clicking the first one it could find, which is that one. Oh my god. And of course, when you click on login, it's just going to refresh the page. That's why I was going... I've lost about an hour, I think, because I didn't realize that was... Oh my god. All right. I think I'm going to keep that to be login to account just because of the because of that. That's more... Yeah, all right. Right, okay. So, okay, the error that we've got up here is the thing that we were trying to fix right at the start of the stream. So, in the end, computers are always right and I'm stupid. Yes, definitely. I 100% agree. I was just so dialed in, so focused with this form that I just totally forgot of the button. Man, I've been in this game for so long and I make the stupidest mistakes. And I'm going to look back on this stream in complete embarrassment, but that's just the way it is. That's just the way it rolls. We always make mistakes. Computers are actually right because they do exactly what we tell them to do. And yeah, definitely. Okay, what was the thing I was doing originally? It was trying to fix the issue on the when we get to the account page, and I wanted to have an end-to-end to actually get to that point. So the failing test up here is this: neither a property email or the method email, blah 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 blah. So that is in the actual profile page. No, it's not. It's in the index page. It's the email here. That needs to go all the way back to user. And I'm also going to put a default on it too, because not all users have emails. Which sounds daft, but it is the case. You can log in through with a GitHub account that doesn't have an email address, which means that you don't have an email address on here. Which is an interesting edge case that I need to deal with. But anyway, enough of that. So let's now run I'm going to run this test once more, and then I'm going to run all the tests, and fingers crossed we have resolved the bug. And I've changed how the emails are stored on the accounts, because before they were in the contact I should have looked at that, man. It was doing GET requests. And I should have seen that. I'm kicking myself. I should have seen that as what buttons on this page make GET requests. Oh yeah, the GET login page. Passed good. I mean, it's a great example of when a programmer needs a break, right? Because I would have had a break. I would have had a cup of tea. I would have just chilled out, and I would have walked up, and I would have gone, oh yeah, look, there's a login button there. That's why. And it's one of those things, right? If you've got a team of developers and you're pulling your hair out, and you've been working on this thing for hours and hours and hours, and you're pulling your hair out, and you get someone over, and they just point. There's the login button. This is a great example of when you need a break. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to run make tests, and we're going to run all the tests, and I'm going to watch them all pass. And then when they've all passed, I'm going to do the pull request, and then I'm going to call it a day. But we have actually done a lot today. It wasn't anything that I wanted to do. I wanted to work on the course enrollment, which meant that it was a button on the course page that when someone clicked it, they would enroll automatically into the course. That was what I wanted to do. That's the last piece of the puzzle for this quarter. But then we hit that registration issue with the emails, which meant that I had to fix that because that was a higher priority. because that was an existing feature that was broken, so I had to fix that. And then that kind of snowballed into writing end-to-end tests for the register page, and then that snowballed into writing an end-to-end test for the login page. So, in fact, even though I haven't done all the things that I wanted to do, I've actually done the things that I should do, which is the end-to-end of the front end, the login and the register page, 2 of the main pages, on the site. So now I can say that I actually have tests to enforce those. It's just a different way of going about it, I suppose. Anyway, all of these are going through now. So fingers crossed we're not going to hit any other daft issues. Yeah, definitely. I mean, I would not feel... I'm not a confident programmer by any stretch of the means. I'm always... this thing is going to piss me off most of the evening, I think, and then I'm going to think about it tomorrow, and imposter syndrome and all that jazz. It's just... This has knocked me. So I find having the tests are a way to ensure that my failings don't seep into the code. It's almost like there's someone looking over my shoulder and ensuring that all the things that I've done haven't broken all the existing stuff. And if I can come away from building a new feature with more tests than I started with, then that's great. That's great. It's weird saying that I'm not confident programmer. I am a confident programmer. It's just when I find these issues, I regress in my mind so much about being a good programmer. I just like that. Yeah. I just know that when I was, a few years ago, I would have been able to fix that bug. So I'm having to, I'm fixing bugs that I would have found and fixed a few years ago. I'm not fixing more complicated bugs. So to me, that's like, oh, you're not progressing. Or you're still stumped on the easy stuff, right? It's just one of those things, right? It's just one of those things. Programming is really weird because you get locked in your head. You get locked in your head and you start... You create this world for yourself, or at least I do in my mind, of the program and how it works. And you know it like the back of your hand. But when it fails, you're like... you start to lose faith in your ability to understand and know the system. However, the more bugs you fix, the more you know. So it's one of those really weird catch-22s. It's like you'll never progress without fixing a bug. You'll always have to fix a bug because you'll always create a bug. But when you create a bug and you do something daft, you always feel, or I always feel, that I'm not worthy enough to improve the system, and yet I am, because I fixed the bug. That probably doesn't make any sense to anybody. It just, to me, it just feels a bit, it's a struggle. It's an internal struggle. And having these having these tests are the best thing, because they do, as you've said, make fixing the next issue 10 times easier. Like, one thing, a contradiction to what I've just said about confidence, is that I am confident to make a drastic change in the system, as I did earlier with the, moving the email from one database. Basically, I moved it from one database table to another database table. Now that would ruin many websites, right? Because you've just broken all sorts of linkages. But having all of these tests makes me feel confident to actually perform such an action, because I know that many corners have been tested. That, you know, I've it's like a scrumpled piece of paper, and I've ironed out some of the wrinkles, you know, and I can prove that those wrinkles are now ironed out, and you know, they're anything I do, if I was to do a negative, if anything I did had a negative impact on on parts of the system that I've already tested, I would be very aware of that through the feedback. And this is quick feedback. It's quick feedback loop. These tests at the moment, these are accepted. These are the end-to-ends. These take time because they drop the database, create the database, you know, access the site, run all the things, and it's in dev mode, so caching is not on. But you saw how quick the integration and the unit tests flew. Yeah. It's scary how many projects are out there in the wild that don't have any level of testing, and are making huge amounts of money, and are very, in my opinion, fragile because they don't have any tests. This is reassuring me. Again, another contradiction to what I've just said about confidence and hitting these issues. Now, everything is passed. The whole suite has passed. So PHP Stan, the code sniffer, mess detection, it's checked the cyclomatic complexities, it's ran all the tests, everything is passed, and I am totally happy, and I can walk away from this now feeling better than I did about an hour ago. Is it Shamola? Shamola? Is that the way you pronounce that? I do apologize if I'm butchering it. I can kind of feel you. I get the flow very easily when coding, but that state sometimes stops me from finding a very easy solution, which makes me doubt myself. Yes, yeah, that's it. It's like, oh, okay, that I should have found that in 5 minutes, you know, but it's taken me an hour. That's stupid. And the thing is, in my game, I'm a contractor, so I have a daily rate, and if you know, if I'm struggling with these things and they're my fault, then you kind of like yeah, you end up having to do work out of hours to make up for your inadequacies. But in all fairness, what I should have done there, and it's only because I'm streaming, I'm streaming, I should have walked away. I should have gone, right, I'm gonna take a break, and I'm gonna take a look at this later. It's only because I'm streaming that I didn't want to break the stream. So normally what I would do is, if I hit that issue and I was struggling with it, I would probably get a cup of tea and just, sometimes it's worth, if it's going to take you an hour, maybe 2 hours to solve a very simple bug that you've created yourself, and you can't see the wood through the trees, if it's going to take you 2 hours from start to finish to get to bash your head against that brick wall to get yourself to that point of fixture or fixing it, sometimes it's worth taking a break, and even having a break that is 15 minutes, because the next 15 minutes is going to be far quicker than the next 45 minutes, right? Because, you know, you're going to be stuck in that loop of, you know, this doesn't work, no, that doesn't work, no, that doesn't work, and then getting very angry and cross with yourself. If you can take a break and go, right, I'm just going to sit and stare at something completely different, like, you know, just go outside and mow the lawn or do the washing, or just think about something that is completely nothing to do with what I'm doing here, and then come back to it feeling refreshed and relaxed and fresh-eyed, and you can fix that bug in, say, 15 minutes, you're more effective than someone who is struggling with that thing for the next 45. So, yeah. Anyway, I am going to call that a stream. I'm going to call that a day. I'm going to go and grab a cup of tea, a bit of food, have a word with myself. Thank you ever so much for watching. Thank you also to all those who've kept watching the stream and seeing the struggle. The struggle is real. Right, I'm off. Happy coding, everybody. See you again soon. Cheers. Bye-bye.